Hello everyone, we're River System and today we'll be playing more Kerbal Space Program. Now we have a lot of plans, like a lot, which we have a moment to talk about while KSP finishes booting up. So yeah, I mean the usual, we've used some basic missions probably, I don't remember too much. And we unlocked some new technologies, including a fancy new staged combustion upper stage engine, which we've put on our Darpus rocket, replacing the old, I don't know, RD0105 or something that we've been using. Now we'll have restarting capability, which will be a major change in what kind of missions we can do and how. So yeah, basically that one change will mean our lunar missions should go smoother now. Maybe we'll actually manage a lunar orbit today, as well as a landing. Gonna attempt that as well. Also some other satellite contracts, for example, a geostationary satellite contract with restart capability. That's all in the cards, and also some other like navigation satellite comsats. Not geostationary, there are multiple types, I believe. So yeah, there's a lot of things we can try today, and we have a lot of rockets in our build queue. And I realized I forgot to set up the chat on our laptop, so I might just do that. And there we are. So yeah, I think that's all about, well, okay, so lunar landing, lunar orbit, lunar landing, various satellite contracts, and also interplanetary mission we can try. And if we run out of money, then, or if we have extra time, but considering how much we're already planning to look at, the requirement for doing that will be we run out of money, we'll be doing the rendezvous. So we'll put some satellite into low Earth orbit and then launch a crewed capsule and rendezvous with it. No docking, just like getting close, matching orbits. But yeah, that'll be like over $1 million funds for us, including $1 million just up front. So yeah, if we run out of money, that's the contract to go to. And we are like super low. Like we have like, I don't know, 12 or more rockets in our build queue. I think we might have deleted one again just to get a bit more money back. As well as a KSC upgrade. The mission control one, so we can have more contracts active at the same time. And we still need to like upgrade our tracking center once more if we want to do the interplanetary missions, because otherwise basically we won't have the antenna range to have communications up to Mars, at least not like, depending on how the orbits are, like we might have pretty poor coverage there. We're not sure if we'll have coverage once we arrive. And if we arrive there and can't beam science back, like that would kind of defeat the purpose of the Mars mission. There we go. Should probably also have checked the sound settings after upgrading OBS or updating. It already broke it completely until we updated video drivers. Well, it looks to be fine. Yes, and about like things we've done. So apart from switching out the upper stage engine on the Darpus, we also added a bit of landing gear on our science probes, and we might have added another stage, I'm not sure, but basically just make it ready so we can try and land on the moon with the minimally changed probe. We did a simulation and like managed it on the first attempt, so it's definitely possible. The main difficulty will be in like getting the right time to launch to get a good transfer to the moon. So yeah, as you can see, we have a ton of rockets here in our build list, and we have a Mars window coming up in 310 days. So that's one of the first things we're going to be trying. And I think, yeah, so we'll have an upgrade for our engine again ready in like 190 days. So we'll wait for that, upgrade our rockets that are already being built, and then we can fly those. Doop-de-doop-de-doo, time warp. I think that's our failed lunar orbiter that's throwing these alert messages. Okay, let me just go and delete it so it stops spamming and killing time warp. Plus it's always good having fewer crafts active at the same time, fewer calculations. So first you, and then probably you. Ah yes, in a very cool orbit. Wonkily orbiting the Earth, very wonkily, until it finally actually escapes. I mean, it would be kind of cool to keep having, but... And I know there's some settings for, like, changing the settings for, like, alarm messages, and if they kill the time warp. I'm gonna put it on our to-do list. Now, uninterrupted time warp. Zoom. The simple upgrade of the engine config also hopefully won't cause us to lose too much progress here. Of course, we will have to update everything individually. Okay, so we'll probably only do it for like the lunar lander missions, because those are like the closest ones in terms of delta V, so having the engine upgrade will make the most difference. Like, funnily enough, thanks to orbital mechanics, making an interplanetary flyby mission to Mars or Venus is much easier than trying to get into an orbit around the moon. Because basically just the transfer itself is about the same. Like, it's a bit more expensive to go interplanetary, but not much. So a lunar flyby would be cheaper, but lunar orbit is then definitely harder than an interplanetary flyby. So here's our fancy new engine. And let's just buy a new config for it, which will make it all of lighter, more thrust, and more ISP, and more burn time. So like, this is pretty nice, and I think also like will up the reliability even more. I'm just gonna quickly check what the reliability stats even are. Yeah, so with 0 data, we start out with 99% reliability, and then it goes up to 99.8%. So yeah, this engine is not just like amazing, in like performance ways, but also incredibly reliable. Now let's check if that fucked up our staging, but I think that looks good. Now let's save that. Save edits. Yeah, it'll cost us like 0.9%. Okay, I don't have to go into the VAB to make the changes for all the QDAP rockets. I just have to delete all the other ones again. Copy the new edited one. And then it'll be fine, which already did it earlier. For other things we forgot. Okay, so move to top. Luckily the other ones didn't have any progress yet, so nothing is lost by doing this. And this is why we prepare things in advance, because there's so much busy work. Okay, let's just keep it to only 3 in the queue. We can always add more. So Lunar Lander, Venus. I guess there's fine. Like, we will want to do a couple of these lunar missions, not just because we want to have multiple attempts, but also because we have like specifically orbital contracts and we want to do orbital science. And of course, science takes time, so we want to leave someone in orbit for quite a while. And so it'll be nice to have at the very least like 2 going. And also we have 3 lunar contracts. We have lunar orbit, landing, and impactor. And obviously we can't do the landing and impactor in once in one go. Okay, so our interplanetary mission is ready. So after we launch and our communications upgrade, perfect. Okay, so we need to remember, after we get some money, to upgrade the tracking station so that the Mars mission will actually be able to telephone back. But for now, we can roll out our lunar landing rocket. Oh wow, 24 days, okay. And then we'll find ourselves a launch window. This is where this basically makes or breaks the mission now. If we can find a good window. Okay, so the moon is there. So we'll wanna wait like a few days and then we'll do the fine planning in orbit, but something like, again, like we're trying to line up the orbital lines so that they cross each other and we're like few down here, something like this. Okay, so next where are we? There we are. We want to be here. So I relied on the green thing being visible. I hope that won't mess up our launch window too badly. We'll see. I think this looks still fine enough. But yeah, basically what we want to do is, if you take the launch, we want that our orbital plane versus the moon's orbital plane, we want to launch at a time where the moon will be at this exact intersection, so that when at the time we will arrive there, so in several days after our launch, so that we can launch and then we will meet the moon at the intersection of our orbits. That's the goal. And I guess today will be a day launch. Usually we launch during nighttime towards the moon. This time we'll actually see something. Okay. Whew. Now let's see if we can make this work. Again, like, we did a simulation earlier today. It worked on the first try, not just lunar orbit, but lunar landing. But yeah, let's see. Also, yeah, I'm gonna check. Yeah, so we want our turn to start at 45. 40 was a bit low and hot. Okay. Stop at stage 5? No, we'll need 3. We're gonna need a tiny bit of the second stage to get into orbit. Okay, and double check contracts, but I'm pretty sure they're all accepted. There, lunar impactor, landing and orbiter. And this time, like, also, if we notice early enough that we won't make it, we can always just try and get an impactor at least, which is also like the last time. If we hadn't been so dissociated, we could have easily made that just an impactor mission and still made it a mission success. Stop at that stage. 180, 45. Fairing staging. Oh, it looks all good. Contracts. So let's launch this. Engage autopilot. Let's go. And off we go. A bit slower, both because of FPS issues, but also I believe we stretched the first stage tanks a little. I think it was like full weight was on the order of like 310 tons or something, and the pad could support 350 tons, so why not make it bigger? Yeah, let's time warp here. So we've had a few minor changes to this rocket, but like overall, this is all tried and true. I think the game sound is a bit loud right now. Rocket engines are always overwhelming. explosions, explosions. I think only the tiny separation motors at the tip of those boosters like hit each other and exploded. It's very interesting. $80 kilometers. Oh yeah, just a very nice low parking orbit here. Aiming for 180 kilometers. And there we can see our updated lunar probe with, okay, there, landing legs. Almost there. First stage about to burn out, and then the second stage will do a little puff to finish circularizing the orbit. Like it's just gonna be like a 200 meters per second burn with our fancy new engine, which successfully ignited. And there we are. Camera rotate, and we're in orbit. Now, it's time for maneuver planning. Hello, Principia. So, we're gonna do our burn roughly at the intersection. Give me more planning days and give me moon view. Yeah, I think we're, because of the extra day we took to wait before launching, that's causing us issues now. Okay, so basically the issue we're experiencing at this point is that if we actually, I think it might be fine. Basically, it just, because we're aiming for this orbit intersection, it's like one specific point in the orbit, and we have to both hit that exact spot while also timing it so that we arrive there at the exact time the moon is there. So it's a lot of things need to align there. I think we're... So, I can already tell this is not gonna be a landing attempt. If we need to do a correction burn, which it very much looks like right now, then we'll... yeah, we don't really have the margins for like a landing while also expending fuel for like correction burns. But in orbit, that'll be fine. So basically we'll be coming in very hot now. I thought it looked like... Yeah, no, yeah. So this is the basic problem. The moon is there in about like less than 2 days. 2 days is a very fast transfer, which means we'll have to leave faster, and we'll also have to slow down more. So twice the additional delta V we need to spend. But yeah, like an orbit should easily be in the cards. So let's just aim for that. I will not go super hard, and we'll just make a correction burn while on our way to fix the rest. So let's do this and then we'll see. Okay, so this maneuver is in 19 minutes. Also on board to support our restart capability of our new engine here is a second set of ullage motors. And we don't have a connection right now, but that's fine. 30 seconds. Yeah, I should have done that earlier. Now I'm gonna mess up the burn. Well, this isn't gonna be perfect. But we already trying to think of a word, but I can't remember it. But yeah, we already decided we're just gonna be making corrections and not going onto the lunar surface in this launch, so a couple more inefficiencies are fine. We definitely have extra delta V at this point. Like, we're spec'd out for landing. At this point we have almost 7 kilometers per second left. So yeah, a few hundred meters per second. Basically the landing costs about like 2 kilometers per second. So by not landing we have a 2 kilometer per second delta V budget, or like buffer, on top of our usual buffer, which is only a few hundred meters per second, to be fair. Okay, let's reduce the time warp. Couple seconds left according to Principia, but we're gonna be... Wait, we are way off. What's... I mean, we were like a few seconds late or something. But this is weird that the plan is this much. I'm confused. Usually Principia is like pretty accurate. I don't know what's going on there, but we'll just have to burn for longer. And improvise, which is definitely a thing you want to be doing in spaceflight, improvising. Okay, let's cut it here. Oh my god. Oof. Let's see where we are. Yeah, so we're not where we want to be. I don't know what made it be so off. That's weird. Let's plan our correction maneuver. Now there'll be an optimal time to do it. The further out we are, the more efficient our maneuvers will be to like change our orbit, relatively speaking. But also the less time we have for those changes to affect our end trajectory. So it's a balance, but it's somewhere in the middle on the way to the moon where it's most efficient. Now, this will be a big correction. Or we can make it like we're only talking 150 meters per second correction. That's that was the wrong slider. That's about what our margins were when landing on the moon in the simulation. And like, I don't know, 170, 180 meters per second left or something. Okay. Now let's change the time. Yes. So there you can see if we do it at a different time, our trajectory will be way inside the moon, which means we can now basically reduce our velocity again to basically just get a cheaper correction burn from adjusting the time. And that'll need a bit of an adjustment. So we're just going to go into a nice polar orbit here. Very polar. Yeah, I think that'll do. Okay, it's in 10 hours. Off to time warp. Quick maths. 2.8. A landing might still be in the cards. I'm not sure. But because we still can make use of our nice upper stage here. Ooh, we might have done the simulation before updating the engine, actually. So now we have even more margins. I'm not sure. I don't remember. Even though it was just earlier today. Okay. 1 minute. Well, at least this time we'll be just on time with our correction burn. 10 seconds. Oh right, ullage. Yeah, never mind. Ullage is gonna take a bit. There we go. Oh boy. That's close enough. Yeah, RCS can do the rest. But I mean, I'm pretty sure it's like less than 1 kilometer per second to capture into low lunar orbit. And then we basically have enough delta V to do a landing attempt. Interesting. I mean, we'll see once we're in lunar orbit. Basically, I'm just gonna... Also, actually, we don't want to be super low because of how unstable the orbits can be with Principia. We might actually raise that again a bit later. But for now it'll do. So let's plan our capture burn. And I'm pretty sure nothing can get in the way at this point of us at least reaching lunar orbit. So also, hang on, I can just put in the time. 1 hour, 1 day, 19 hours is the maneuver, and 30 something minutes. And then like yeah. Okay, so it is. We need over 1,000 to slow down. We are coming in a bit hot after all. That's right. Okay, so if we want to fully circularize it that low, how much delta V would that be? That'd be like 1100, leaving us with 2600-ish. It'll be close, but we can try. We probably intended these last two stages together for lunar capture and landing, to be honest. So we're actually still getting extra delta V from our upper stage here, thanks to reignitions. It already fired 3 times, it has 5 ignitions. So definitely one more left to start our capture burn here. Oh yeah, we will need to start a bit earlier than that, because the game thinks we can do the whole burn with our engine here. So let's start it like here. And then let's warp. There we are, we entered lunar orbit, or the sphere of influence of the moon. Also, I believe we have experiments that are set to only run when we press a key. So let's run these. The soil sampler is also working. Yeah, that's also something we added. We forgot to add it first. Okay, 5 more hours. 5 hours of doing science. Where's the science view? There. It's ticking up slowly, but it is. Okay, let's get ready to do our burn here. Okay, 4 minutes to burn. Two minutes. Did the maneuver node just disappear? Oh no, it's still there. It just popped behind the retrograde marker, I guess. Okay, this time we start the LH bit earlier. 20 seconds early sounds good. So we're... we lost connection. Okay, hang on. I think MacChip. This is where I quick save, because I think MacChip can be smart enough to do LH before igniting an engine. Yes. Okay, so we're a bit early now, but that's fine. Burn that stage empty. And now we're off on our final hypergolic stages. Let's get rid of the flight planner. It's all messed up again now anyway. Fancy orbits. Yeah, that looks like we're captured in a lunar orbit now. And the closer it'll be, the less wonky it'll be. Happily burning away. And yeah, we have huge margins for our landing here. So we'll go for it. Like, orbit and impact dust both are so much easier. We have a good opportunity here for landing, so we'll go for it. Our velocity around the moon is like 2.2 kilometers per second, and we have like 3.1 kilometers per second delta V, so 900 meters per second buffer, which you have some losses when you try to land, so it's not like 1-to-1, but that's a huge buffer for landing. Now, the important thing left to plan for a landing here is where. Because for a landing, we basically need an active connection. It's not absolutely impossible to do with limited connection. But basically, so if you don't have a direct connection to Earth, then we will not be able to, like, steer manually. We will have to use the SAS buttons. So that'll dramatically limit us for like very delicate maneuvers. And like for landings are very delicate, and a lot of things to manage between like, yeah, managing your vertical versus horizontal descent rates and stuff. Like it's requires a lot of input. So doing that with only the buttons available, that would be really tough. I also thought that MacChap's SAS had like a way to input directly, like angle. Oh, this is what I was looking for. Okay, so we could use, and I believe MacChap SmartS will still work without connection. So in that case, we could use that. Now I'm gonna stop lowering orbit here because we're like far away enough from the periapsis that we're lowering the periapsis again, and we don't want to do that. Already very low. So, landing. Right now the Earth is there and we're coming around over there. I mean, that's honestly pretty great. Actually, I think we're going this way around, so we're going the left way. Which means we can continue lowering our orbit here. Now, we'll do another pass to be safe. I mean, talking about safe, I think we might have to raise our orbit a bit again. I can't quite tell, but I think that's grazing the surface. But yeah, let's be safe. So we will slightly raise our periapsis here at apoapsis, just so we won't crash into the lunar surface while we do another orbit around the moon. And once we do that, then we can get into a lower circular orbit, lowering it, the apoapsis, the highest point. Basically, we want to be in as low of a perfectly circular orbit as we possibly can be before we start our landing maneuver. Now, how high do we want to be here? 30 should be good. I think 30 is good. What's the difference here between sea level and terrain? Here it's 1,000. Okay, so now we don't have orbit again, where we will lower our periapsis. Oops, that was too far. Oh well, it's close enough. 300,000, 200. There we go. So now our highest point in the orbit. We're in a 25 by 40 kilometer orbit now. That qualifies as very low. Like, we are grazing the moon here. Oh yeah, we didn't actually enter this view. I love the slight illumination here and there. Looks great. Okay. So now, our final landing maneuver will start around here. So that our goal is basically to land here in this dark area. That's our goal. That should be a bit flatter than other parts of the moon, hopefully. And it's on the both illuminated side and towards Earth. So we have communications, we have power. That's really what we want here. Okay. So let's get ready to rumble. Orienting retrograde. Now, show us what you can do, little guy. 30 kilometers, 22 kilometers above terrain when starting the landing burn. I love it. This is a really good setup for a landing. I love it. In our simulation, we were like in a polar orbit, but there was like 90. It was like perpendicular to. Okay, yeah. We were way lower than I thought. So we have to actually wait a bit, or maybe even burn up a bit so we can delay. I want to land up here. I don't want to land here in the bright area. Okay, in our simulation, we were like in a polar orbit perpendicular to the Earth, so it was like really hard to find a spot to land while having line of sight to the Earth, so we could have a connection. Okay. Okay, we're starting to descend again. So I'm gonna wait a bit longer before continuing to decelerate more. Although I guess... Let's start up again and see what it does to our orbit. And this is why I just really wanted to have connection, because there's just so much to do. And so delicate. Yeah, so we should be fine. Let's reduce the... Okay, first let's enable SAS. Second, reduce the steps. This is our orbit. So this line shows our landing trajectory, like ignoring engine thrust. It's like if we were to just fall down. Oh, and there we go. Conjure complete lunar orbiter. Completely forgot about that one. If we can do both in one go, orbit and landing, that would be so awesome. I also love just the trajectory here because of how many, like the approach we took here for the moon, doing more than a full orbit, seeing the history. It's really cool. Okay, so where are we? We have 1.3 kilometers per second, velocity left. And we're still in our high thrust stage. How's our science looking? 45. I guess we could have done like at least a few orbits for science before landing. That would have made sense. But yeah, we're committed now. Technically, we're not. We could abort to orbit. Would be really weird to do, but we could. Okay, let's time warp more. I think this is looking really good. Trajectory is looking... We're a bit shorter than we wanted to, but not like it makes that much of a difference. It's fine. Okay. We will have to watch our... this vertical speed here. So there's a couple of really nice algorithms you can use for lunar landing. So one is basically an important part in controlling your descent is that you keep, for example, your vertical speed constant. So right now I'm trying to keep our vertical speed like below 100 meters per second, or like just generally at about 100 meters per second downwards. That gives you like a really good time estimate for how much time you have left, and it just gives you a lot of control. So say we're actually getting like, we're at 7.5 kilometers. So we should slow down our descent rate. So we'll pitch up. That gives us more thrust upwards, which will slow our vertical speed down. And then when our vertical speed is again more in an area that we want, we can level out again. And this is the thing that would be really hard to do without manual control. And now see, our vertical speed is now at -70, 60. So I didn't have to pitch up quite that much over, but I got kind of freaked out by how long we were getting. Oh, stage. So that stage is spent. Off to the next one. Which does have a lower thrust. Yeah, we kind of let our vertical speed run away there for a bit. So we have to pitch up more. Then would look nice, or than is efficient. Actually, I don't want to take any chances at this point. We're at 2.5 kilometers, and we're like 50, where we were before pitching up more now. 50 seconds away from impact at one point. Now we're 70 seconds away. Like assuming constant vertical speed. So yeah, now we're at -20 meters per second, and we're at 1.8 kilometers per second. So that's like well, it's enough. 22. So we're like 60 seconds away now. vertical speed is decreasing again, or increasing, depending on how you want to talk about it. So yeah, it's getting close now. So we're a bit too low for how fast we're still going. So I'm just gonna arrest our vertical speed completely. Because this is getting very intense. And we still need... what's our acceleration even? But like, we don't have a lot of acceleration. And we need like at least another minute or something to bring our horizontal speed down further. So now our vertical speed is 0. So now I can also pitch down to just keep our vertical speed at about 0. So yeah, we have like a few like rules of thumb for like what. So we talked a bit about like the algorithm we used for like controlling our vertical speed, and then we basically look at how long at that vertical speed would it take us to impact the lunar surface. If that's like a minute out, that's generally good. And so if you get like, if you're at like 30 seconds to impact, then you know, oh, you should probably pitch up a lot more. And the other way around, if your impact time is like several minutes, then you can just let the craft descend. And there, now we are 400 meters above the lunar surface, and we have basically zeroed out our velocity. So I also literally cut the thrust. Let's extend our landing gear, because it is landing time. And now we'll just slowly I am doing all of this while also streaming is a lot harder than just focusing on landing. Also, I didn't even have time yet. There we go. And there we have it. A lunar landing. Not the most beautiful, but it was nice. And we didn't even flip over, so that's actually, I mean, that's a great landing. Our descent trajectory wasn't optimal. We had to pitch up a lot during it, so we could have planned that better. But yeah. Let's do some science. I thought I put you in an action group. I guess I forgot. Oh no, it's already running. Okay. So yeah, we're taking surface samples. We're doing all the science. Well, all the science we can do. Infrared radiometer can't do science here, apparently. 30 days. I guess the probe will just hibernate for a bit when, like, 30 days means it won't last the lunar day. But with the solar panels, once they get power again, they should be able to continue their science. So yeah. We didn't get a contract confirmation yet. Why not? Transmit science. I guess we didn't transmit science yet. why not? I mean, you're set to Earth. Invalid situation, okay. I mean, we must have some experiments that can do science here that we could transmit. So many are invalid. Oh my god. Okay. Where do I... Oh, I guess the probe core had the data view. Okay. Oh, I guess it's like the data is like chunked into packets. So if you transmit a couple bits, that doesn't count as transmit science yet. There we go. But now we transmitted one of those minimal ooh. Okay there, physics. Made the probe jump up from time warping. But yeah, there we go. We officially landed a probe on the moon. And it'll do science here. It's actually, it's parked basically perfect in the sunlight. I didn't pay attention to it, but like that's pretty much perfect. Straight on. So yeah. Total mission success. Then with the later rockets we have planned, we can just sacrifice one for an impactor, even though it's kind of a huge waste for the sophisticated lander probe. But it makes more sense to just queue up a bunch of the same thing instead of making something extra, like stripping it down. Yeah, it'll save some money, but is it worth the effort? Okay, 3 upgrade points. Science or VAB? I think at this point we've actually been suffering from slow build times. So we can also just buy a couple more points here. Also put those in there. At the same time, we do have enough science to buy some more stuff again. Better solar panels would be really nice to have. But also we still need 2nd gen capsules for sure. We can't even do EVAs at this point. Although I guess we are focusing a lot on like uncrewed exploration at this point. Power. So basically with the science we have, we could afford better solar panels. Just, yeah. What do we need for this tree? Okay, so 2 nodes ahead here, or 170 science, we could get the NK15 and 33, which are just amazing engines. Basically engines that would have been or were used on the N1 rocket. And they're just fantastic stage combustion engines, and we love them. And basically we'll probably want these for a crewed lunar landing attempt. Like, since we're here in the stage combustion engine tree, that's basically the only real option. The only sensible option. Let's put it like that. We could also use the predecessors, the NK9. But yeah, it's incredibly unreliable. It's just way weaker. We would need way more of them, and it would not be a good time. So yeah, I'm just gonna go for the solar power because... Whoop. I did not... want to double click that. I think I accidentally like bought everything in that node. Ooh. We still have 550k. So it can't have been too bad. But still, yikes. Okay. Next rocket. Oh yeah, our Mars. We are shooting for Mars. So let's put that... Ooh, and I remembered. Upgrade the tracking station. It won't be relevant for leaving for Mars. It will only be relevant for when we'll arrive at Mars. And wow, look at our science. That lander is doing good work. R&D. How busy is our R&D these days? I'm pretty busy. Well, they don't take that long because we've put so many upgrades in it already. So let's upgrade our VAB further for the time being. Okay. Another 40 science? Holy cannoli. 130. Oh my god. It's like... I'm a kid in a candy shop right now. Let's buy all the things. Okay, so let's just get the second gen capsules. And then probably aim for the better engines. Docking. I mean, docking is really for later. We'll probably also want to do... Or maybe... Will we do a crewed lunar orbit before we do a landing? So we wouldn't need docking. We'll see. Either way, we will definitely want the engines. Let me just double check. Lunar Exploration Era Material Science. Yep, that's the one. Okay. So, our Mars or Venus, technically, we could still decide to take it to Venus, but no, we'll shoot for the Mars window here. Actually, do we even have a second one? Because the Venus launch window is coming up in 300 days. So let's put you there, and let's put the comm set a bit down. You're not that time sensitive, even though I think we already accepted a contract for one of them for money. Improved avionics. We can have better lighter probe cores once again. I'm not sure why the science pop-up was there again for 40 science, but we didn't actually get 40. Okay, now we haven't practiced this Mars transfer, and interplanetary transfers are complicated and just so much more sensitive. I'm gonna quick save at this point. Just in case we like time warp too far or something. But yeah, like interplanetary transfers are so much more sensitive than lunar transfers. Now let's have a few days. Okay, or one day, I guess. Okay. Because now the old problem of when to launch and to what inclination. Generally, the planets are all in roughly the same plane, which happens to be the plane of the moon. So we basically need to do the same as usual. it's gonna be on this side of the orbit. So like, on the other hand, like this is where we really should get more sophisticated about it, because tiny deviations have such a big impact. But I want to say we should launch when we're about here. So this might completely fail. Although we'll probably... I can't remember what payload is on there. I hope it's like just the lunar lander thing. In which case we would have just a ton of safety margins and ton of opportunity for corrections. So we could brute force our way there. Maybe. We're gonna try. Always try brute force. We forgot to upgrade the engine config. Okay, well, it should... Hopefully it should still be the new engine at least. Well, we're about to find out. I don't think we forgot that. Hey, Opals. You're in time for an attempted Mars launch. Like just a Mars flyby of a probe. Nothing too fancy, but still. Our first interplanetary mission attempt. We already did a successful lunar orbit and lunar landing. Oh, we're currently on a loading screen, so you should hopefully... Oh, don't tell me the whole stream was black the whole time. That would suck. Oh my god. We've been streaming with a black screen the whole time. Okay. That's cool. It's not. We shouldn't have updated OBS. Like, wow. So I guess OBS just is still broken. The face cam works, but nothing else. Like, I tried re-adding KSP, but it doesn't seem to work. Does anything else work? It just looks completely broken. Okay, well, fuck. Yeah, our whole stream was black the whole time. Well, cool. I don't know how to fix this. Doesn't seem to do anything. Hang on. Well, I'm gonna restart OBS. I'm not sure what that will do to the stream or something. Not that it makes a difference at this point. So yeah, we'll probably, possibly be right. Okay, well, first I hope this just works continuing like this, so we didn't end the old stream on YouTube. But we're technically streaming again. So, game capture, that mode of OBS, just does not work anymore, period. So that's cool. It also sucks because, so we're using window capture mode now, which, as I recall, will probably lead to just bad FPS. Like, it'll look horrible, probably, possibly. I'm gonna take a minute now to check how true that is. Well, we're gonna have to wait for like things to actually move to be able to judge it. But yeah, so that sucks. And we streamed into the void for like an hour. That's cool. Definitely not upset about that. The most annoying thing is because the only reason we updated OBS was that it complained about some major issue. Like, you really should update this. So we were like, okay, fine. Usually we don't update, but let's do it this time. And like, we checked at least like the face cam was working, but the game, I guess, didn't. And we didn't check when actually starting the stream. And that came to bite our butts. And this is why you always need to check everything, because shit breaks. And yeah, thanks all. It's helped having seen your comments, because holy shit, realizing you've been streaming a black screen for an hour. And like, we did like a fucking lunar landing, an uncrewed one. Like, it was a pretty interesting flight, actually. I guess it was the only thing we really did so far. The only thing. Landing on the moon. You know, just a little thing. It was so fun. Fuck. Okay, well, we're up with a new big one. A Mars mission. So let's see how that goes. Never update. Never change the running system. We already had to delay the stream because like OBS didn't work at all at first. So we updated our graphics drivers, and then at least OBS generally worked. But yeah, the game streaming didn't. Now, launches will still be pretty choppy because of performance issues anyway, but Yeah, just let us know how this goes, how fluid it is compared to usual. And you didn't remember this. Okay. So, let's check again where we are in our orbit here. Hello, Mars. Where are we? Okay, well, we're just gonna see how that goes. Stages. Stop at stage 2. Okay, let's do this. I'm also hoping to check how the stream looks now. Okay, well, the preview window that I'm using is 360p, but it looks fluid enough at least. Thank you, Opals. And yeah, glad to hear it's working now at least. I could really use like a mission that goes well right about now. Of course, this is a mission that's specifically the most uncertain one of all the ones we've planned so far. So I give it maybe 40% chance of success. So we'll see about that. Ooh, are we launching into a sunrise? Okay, well, at least we have a gorgeous view here. And I think we made a few screenshots here and there while doing the mission, so maybe we'll have something to show for it at least. That we can post on the server later. Yeah, that's just gorgeous. This is the shit why we play Kerbal Space Program. It's like every time there's like just another beautiful SpaceX launch that we're watching or something, it's just so gorgeous. We're like, man, we really should play KSP again. Hey, Ouroboros. Glad you also made it now. Like, literally earlier today was a SpaceX launch that we were watching. We were like, man, KSP? And they were like, oh yeah, we can stream KSP today. And there we go, our upper stage. So, yeah, you showed up at a really good time. Like, literally until like 5 minutes ago, we'd just been streaming a black screen because OBS was broken. And we just fixed that, and this is the first thing we're doing since getting back into things. So yes, a good time. And a very gorgeous view. I think I was gonna say something else there. So we are in an orbit. If it's a good one, that will have to be determined. Now, let's get a look at our orbit around the sun. The sun. Wibbly wobbly. Okay, so we need to be... Don't rotate the camera, jeez. But we basically... Oh yeah, I mean we need to do our departure, like... parallel to the Terminator. That's pretty obvious, one way or another, either for slowing down or for accelerating. But for Mars, we want to accelerate, which means we need to do our maneuver here on the right side, exactly in the dark area. So let's bring up Principia Flight Planner and plan our first interplanetary maneuver. It's not our first probe to leave the Earth's sphere of influence. We've had some failed lunar missions and stuff that actually escaped Earth's gravity and entered interplanetary space, but this will be the first time we'll do it consciously. Now, how much altitude do we need here? 3.7, so 3.7 you get. Now, planning time. Yeah, we'll have to adjust this. Probably by a lot. Yeah. Almost went for Venus there for a moment, but no, we're heading to Mars. So it's gonna be something like this. Probably a little more delta V. Like, we're touching the orbit now. So, hang on. We don't... The game doesn't give us the planning options for Mars yet. I mean, I'm sorry, but eyeballing this isn't gonna happen. I don't know how that works. Will we unlock the capabilities with the tracking station upgrade? Head scratch. Either way, this is 50 minutes. Let's head to the Space Center and see if we can figure out what we need here. Oh boy. I mean, if we need the tracking station upgrade, that basically means that... I think that just means we'll revert the launch. Because it means we can't do anything. Or I guess we could... Yeah, no, does make sense. Like, eyeballing will bring us so off course. It's not something we can correct for, even with, like, huge delta V margins. So we just revert to pre-launch. And probably just ignore this launch window altogether. No upgrade projects underway. So the tracking station is already level 5. You just say flight planning. It doesn't... Tracking station, what else could it be? Do you get better planning the higher mission controllers or something? If so, it's not undocumented and I feel cheated. Like, I don't think what else it could be. Either it's the tracking station, but we actually upgraded pretty far already. Snazzy boots are a win. I mean, how long does this upgrade take? 65 days. I know we made one save 30 days before the launch window, but that's not early enough to save it. So I guess we'll just revert, not launch now at all, and see if we can figure out what we need for interplanetary planning. Well, that's so much for we could really use a launch that goes well. I might have to look up what save we need to load here. I think it was just called Quick Save 2. 1977-95. Yeah, that's a day before now. A month before now. That sounds about right. Okay, I will make a save now, just in case. Then load this one. Well, time to wait 2 years and change. Okay, so where are we at now? Okay, we still have all our fancy texts unlocked, and this one is there. Yeah. I mean, let's just upgrade and see if it helps both of these. Okay, we can't. So this can't be necessary because we're already at the limit and we're way beyond. We're like one node beyond the planetary comms even. Okay, so we're not gonna do the Mars. Actually, we forgot to accept the contract. Although we could have just cheated the completion then for just forgetting to accept the contract, but still. Right, speaking of contracts. First crewed lunar orbit. Well, that's still out for out of reach for a bit. Crewed lunar flyby, 3.5 million funds. Lunar landing and sample return. Returning is not something we can do at this point, but we can accept both the orbiter and landing contracts again, because we can just do both again, or attempt them again with our next rockets. And that'll just be some nice money. And the next one, we could also do the rendezvous. We have both just some super basic satellite and a crewed capsule ready. So let's train astronauts. That's not what I wanted to do. Hang on. Okay, you have proficiency with Mercury. Okay. So now let's train you for a mission. Okay. And yeah, lunar lander will be up there. The Mars window will delete, and let's plan for the next window. Click the wrong button. So that's there. Give us the next one. 790 days for the next Mars launch window. don't worry too much about what that planner was exactly. We can explain more of that once once we do the interplanetary mission for real. So next we have to wait for either the crew training to finish or another rocket we want to fly. Alright, and we don't need to build this one anytime soon, because we already have one rocket ready for the Venus launch attempt. So we can work on both those two rockets. Perfect. Actually, before we do the lunar lander mission, let's just do this. Is it a communication satellite? Something simple. Just get a mission out there and done. It should be simple enough. Let's look at the contract again. Let's finish all the warps. More technologies. Come on. And roll you out. Oh wait, you're still at launchpad. Okay, well, roll you back. Time warp 20 more days that we could have saved ourselves. And then roll out this one. Warp and then check what contract that was for. So we have 94 units of ComSat payload. Is what that should be. So that's either... Actually, it might be the first geostationary. Oop. Come on. ComSat payload 25. Yeah. 94 is bigger than 25 last time I checked. So we can try and do a geostationary one. Since we already have this one accepted with deadlines and all, we should probably do that. Okay, geostationary. That means it doesn't matter when we launch. And yeah, so the two difficulties for geostationary launches are: one, geostationary satellites have to be in a perfectly equatorial orbit, and we're at Kennedy Space Center, so like 28 degrees or something off. So we first will launch into that inclination, because you can't launch into a lower inclination than your launch site. And then we'll have to do an inclination correction at some point in our orbit. And yeah, we'll also have to check if we need to be like at a specific point in the orbit. Like this here is the orbit that we need to be in, but like, do we need to be above a certain point above the Earth? Because I vaguely remember that there used to be contracts with also that requirement, although probably... Ooh! Okay, well that bug is funky. When I mouse over the contracts window, camera goes all wonky. I just need to click this one. Orbit, apopsis, periapsis, inclination. Okay. No, so no further requirements, as far as I can tell. So let's launch this. We do have our new engine. Good. So we have restart capability. So we can't just, for starters, get into a parking orbit and figure out the rest later. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to first go into a low parking orbit at our 28.55 degrees inclination. Then we'll raise our orbit into a highly elliptical one out to geostationary transfer orbit, and then we'll coast out to that point. Oh, we got an engine failure. Never mind, we will do none of that. Oh no, I should have let it burn longer. Now we're hitting the launch pad. Okay, well, the launch pad didn't explode. Oh my god. Should we just stop streaming for today because everything just goes wrong? Absolutely everything. Well, we did do that successful lunar landing, so that was pretty dope. I literally can't even exit because following debris that's going at several meters per second, and then I can't leave for the space center. We'll set you back to the last saved state. I don't want you to revert. I just want you to acknowledge that the mission is a failure. Ooh. Hang on. I think I can fix this by temporarily disabling reverting flights. And now it will be lost. Abandon mission. Jesus. Today is one train wreck. Oof. Do you sometimes feel like you're in a bad TV show? Like everything went smoothly while we were streaming with a black screen. Now the stream is up and people are here and suddenly everything goes wrong. Okay, let's make another one of you. Now we're actually gonna have to be a bit worried about time. So I'm gonna draw the second one also forward, just in case. Runway is fine. At least that one didn't get destroyed. Let's color all of that. We're getting a little bit of money back from parts recovered. It's hilarious. Okay, I am not going to try launching a crewed launch now. I will not. Not with this bad luck going on. Yeah, training expired. Whatever. I also really would like to have one simple mission before even trying another lunar mission, even though we did that earlier. And I think we have a good procedure for doing those properly. Oh, we missed the Venus window. Oh. When was the last save? Um, 7, 8, 130? Yeah. Oh, that's right. Or at the mission control upgrade is through, so maybe we can do the Venus mission now after all. I should I need to go and check a vessel that's in orbit to see if that has the planning capabilities. At least I don't know how else to check that. So I'm just gonna select a craft in orbit, anyone, and see if I can get the... Oh no, actually here. Oh, there's a... Well, guess who hasn't played with Principia since this UI update? Oh man, so we could have done the Mars mission. It was all fine. Jesus Christ. Today is a day. Wow. Well, I could revert all the way to the Mars window again, but I don't feel like doing that. Let's just try to shoot for Venus. That'll be easier in terms of communications anyway. Roll you out. Man, we are not having a good day. Okay, now we'll just need to time warp 100 days. Okay, so it's on the pad. We will time warp until like 1 day. Also, sorry for flashing. I'm not completely sure what to do about that. Well, we're almost there. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. And let's get ready, like... Let's see where we need to launch. And then, maybe, we can actually launch into a planetary mission. After so many headaches. So we are here right now. We'll need to be about there. And this is why we try to have at least 1 day left in our time to launch. Let's check out the sun. Venus actually is a bit off. But not there's too much we can do about that. We will just... Where are we? Where's the moon? Earth center. There we are. A bit more. So, as last time, we're just trying to get into the orbital plane of the moon, because that's pretty close to the orbital plane of all the other planets. So it's not perfect, but it's a good enough rule of thumb in not always, but in a lot of cases. But again, we should have a bunch of margins for corrections we need to do along the way. And I don't know why the game is running so crappy now. Okay. we've now like tried launching to Mars and reverted because we failed to interact with the UI properly. Had a comsat fail. Let's try this Venus launch and hope for the best. Oh man. Yeah, we're 10 hours early in our launch window. Not like we're doing this transfer that precisely that it would matter to not be perfectly on time like that. Okay, blub blub blub. Stop at stage 2. Yes, at least MacChip remembered the settings. And then it's time to go. We forgot to accept the contract. Whew, that's fine. We'll just cheat it completely if we actually manage it. I will accept it now at least. So we're now trying a Venus flyby. Let's time warp. Let's try and catch the booster separation from the front. "20 seconds. Well, not real life seconds, but game seconds. Nice. And explosions. Never gets boring. Goodbye, fairings. Now we do have, I think, an extra level of the tracking station compared to how we planned the mission, so communications should actually be no problem whatsoever, really. And we spec'd out the mission for Mars to begin with, and Mars is further away from the sun. Whoa! That was pretty wild there for a second. But here we are in orbit. But yeah, and Venus is like closer to the sun, which means just the distances we're dealing with between the Earth and Venus are just generally much lower. Okay. So we need to roughly... So Venus, which means we need to slow down around the sun, which means our transfer burn will be at the sun side this time. Basically, we're burning the opposite way to when we planned the Mars trajectory, because we need to slow down in the reference frame of the sun to get our orbit lower compared to going faster. And this is gonna be a bit more than Mars. Oh, not 39 kilometers per second. Oh no. And let's see where we are. Well, we don't see much. Hang on, we need steps. Well, that's not Venus. Okay, maybe we don't need. What does our transfer planner say for delta V? Actually, it says 4 kilometers per second. It might be a case of just hitting Venus in one of these points while going really, really fast. Let us switch. Oh god, which of these Venus frames do we need? Probably. Okay, so there's one opportunity to get really close to Venus. Right about there. Well, it's 2 million kilometers, but interplanetary interplanetarily speaking, that's close. Hello, Venus. We will see you, hopefully, close up pretty soon. Yeah, you can tell, like, doing fine adjustments here just has such huge consequences to the orbit. But yeah, like, that's such a tiny thing. Like, it's on the scale of the size of the planet, which is nothing. So that's easily something we can compensate for with correction burns, and really it's the only way to do it, because the initial interplanetary maneuvers are incredibly sensitive to initial conditions. Like, it's impossible to do a departure burn and have it be perfect and not needing any corrections. But yeah, this looks good. So 1 hour 20 minutes. Let's time warp forward to that and see how well we can execute that maneuver. And let's head back to our Earth frame. And time warp. Now here, time is extremely critical. We have to make sure we are lined up properly, we have ullage going. Like, we need to be on time for this one. So let's take those 4 minutes we have remaining to make sure. If we now have an engine failure, I'm gonna scream. Oh, actually, no, we put the instruments on there. Okay. Jesus Christ. For a moment, I thought there we took just one of the ComSats, so we had no science experiments on there, but we did add them. But yeah, this is a design for one of our new kind of payloads that we made for, like, all the ComSat and stuff. Quite like it. And yeah, nice dish on there for interplanetary communications. And bunch of science. Okay, 3 minutes. So we're well on time now. Let's kill our rotational speed there. Close to it. Now we have another pair of ullage motors, so we only need like 2 seconds for ullage. Not a huge time buffer, so we can get pretty close. Okay, 40 seconds. I will still leave time warp already, because again, time is of the utmost importance here. Tiny deviations will have huge consequences for our final orbit and the approach to Venus. 23 seconds. Let's lock in SAS on the maneuver and get ready. So we need to stage once for the solid rocket motors for Aldrich, and then throttle up the engine. So one spacebar and one Z. Oh, I did it the wrong way around. Jesus Christ. But we had Aldrich just accidentally. Okay. I'll take it. I know why I quick saved earlier, because this would have been an opportunity where I would have reloaded. Okay, and now, what's our delta V anyway? Ooh, I didn't actually check what our initial delta V was, but it might have been pretty close actually to what we needed here. It might even not be enough, but we can do like, we have 3 kilometers per second left in our final stage here for completing the burn, doing corrections on the way, potentially... Okay, I was gonna say potentially even entering orbit, but we're coming in extremely hot. So I will be very surprised if we could establish a Venus orbit. At this point it's not literally impossible, but no, it probably is. Basically, we're gonna... Ideally, you'd want to, like, if you have your transfer orbit, which is like an ellipse, you want that ellipse to, like, be just touch the orbit of the body you want to go to. That leads to the minimum relative velocity between the bodies. If you were to, like, still fly past the body, but, like, be at, like, some big angle, like we were gonna do, yeah, then you basically would have to cancel out a big fraction of orbital velocity just to match speeds, and we're talking many kilometers per second delta V here. Like, this is a big deal for interplanetary missions. So this trajectory here could work very well as a flyby if you wanted to enter orbit or something. That would not be great. Venus is one of those planets that are really hard to get to in that way. Generally, also, just the closer you are to the sun, the harder everything is. Corrections get extremely expensive. But now let's finish our departure burn here, and then let's see just how much corrections we need. Okay, 30 seconds until stage burnout at least. I still don't know if it'll be enough to finish our transfer burn. Ah, Principia is already gone again. Basically, the first approximation is matching the visuals of the orbit here. Okay, I think it was a slight overburn. I even manually cut off the engine, but a tiny bit too late. Okay. We need to be quick now. Decouple. Delete maneuver. Rebase. And now, let's look at Venus. We are... Actually, that's pretty decent. That is not too bad. I will take this. So, now we probably want to wait, like, I don't know. Let's wait 50 days. Let's see what... Now we can vary the timing and see if there's a better time to do that. Not this way. Yeah, so there you can see I was delaying when to do the correction burn. For a time it got closer and closer to Venus, and then it started getting further away again. So at that dip, when it got the closest it was, that's where I now know is the optimal time to do this correction burn, so I can now further fine-tune it. Okay. So first I was just looking at the inclination, but we also need to get sideways but closer here. Let's just see which does which. Okay. So a bit of retrograde acceleration, and already we're getting very close here. And this is just 180 meters per second correction. As far as corrections go, that's totally to be expected. And there we will fly past here at 9.5 kilometers per second. That's not actually that fast. Maybe we can do an orbit. Holy shit. Okay, let's finish planning this before we get too excited. Just kidding, I'm getting super excited about planning the capture now. Basically, we can trust this maneuver to be pretty accurately executed. So we can already plan now the capture and see if it works out at all. So let's make a new maneuver at time 160 days. Why did everything vanish? Oh, I did the wrong thing. I think we were why did it add the maneuver there? Wasn't it at the bottom? Can you? Okay. 2 buttons to add maneuvers. Okay. Now I messed up the time, but this still looks pretty good because I happen to remember it. And yeah, we want to go into a polar orbit to, once again, as usual, do as much science above as much biomes as possible. Now, for our other correction or orbital insertion maneuver, 160 days. I don't see the maneuver marker. That's weird. Where's the... Maybe it's the days after the previous maneuver, not like total or total time from now on. That would also make some sense. But here we are. Now let's see how much delta V we would need to capture into an orbit. Oh, this looks already very promising. Now we will have 200. We have 2.6 kilometers per second. And we can totally get into an orbit. Haha! Amazing. Now, our biggest enemy here will be our burn time, because we have 20 minutes. which is a lot. So we'll probably want to do just one. Just capturing at all, and then maybe lowering later. Something like this. Awesome. We have a plan. Let's make alarms for the maneuvers. Are there buttons here? To make KSC alarms? No? I kind of thought there might be. Oh well. Maneuver. Margin. Oh, I want. Give me some advance warning. So this one is in 76 days, which will be for the first correction maneuver. Perfect. Let's also start running all the experiments. I guess we forgot to put them to action groups. Good thing I checked. Oh, I'm gonna have to start everything manually. Oh my god. Okay, Principia, thank you, you can go away. So many experiments. Ooh, we can do orbital perturbation experiments around Venus. Also, the nice thing about Venus, because it's closer to the sun, that also means we are getting more power from our solar panels. So the solar panel degradation is less of an issue. So many experiments. So much science. And finally, probe core telemetry. I think that was everything now. Big things are all extended. Barometer, yeah, we got you. Yeah, looks good to me. Oh, orbital perturbation. Wait. Unmet requirement. Ah, that's fine. What are your requirements? Ooh, inclination. Okay. Yeah, you can even tell, like, in real time, you can see how we're receding from the Earth. That's how fast we're going. We are currently going 10.7 kilometers per second, which is also, like, not completely, but mostly directed away from the Earth. We are fast. Okay. So this is set up. Then we can go on to our next mission. And you are done. So let's go to the Space Center. And maybe try launching that ComSat again. And while we're loading, okay, we didn't make screenshots while the lander was landed. We made one while in, like, low lunar orbit. I have a screenshot from our simulation where we landed on the moon, though. That's very cool. Could show that off. But now, let's first make sure the game has something to do. So we have a lunar lander. number 2 that we could do, or we just do that. Okay, technically we did it in the stream, but no one saw it. So we could do now another lunar landing, or try another lunar landing while we wait for the ComSat. So let's put you... Okay, recondition. Rollout. Oh, we're getting some big signs here. Is it maybe... It's getting science from Sun orbit. Good probe. Very good probe. Oh yes, so much science. Oh my god. Oh my Loki. I think... Okay, now we still need 2 nodes, so we need a tiny bit more science before we can have our NK 15, 33, and 43. All the numbers. Yeah, let's just go for it. Like, at that point, we can think about doing crewed lunar missions when we have those engines. So that'll be epic. Okay, lunar lander is on the launch pad. So let's get ourselves a lunar transfer, which we're getting back into how to do them properly. Like, eyeballing them is as much as an art as it is a science. So the moon is there. So we want to wait until it's about there. Something like that. Okay. Now we need to be on this side on the planet. So we're again trying to match up. We're both trying to match up our inclination with the moon as much as possible while launching at the right time of day. And also trying to time it so that the intersection of the orbits, the timing, so that when we do a transfer burn, that we graze the moon's orbit at the intersection of our orbital plane and the moon's, is at the time when the moon is also at that intersection. Words. Orbital mechanics are hard to explain. But yeah, this should be it now. So let's launch this. I also wonder how the reliability of the NK series engines will compare to the RD-107 and 108 that we're currently using in our Derpus. It needs to be better. Like, we're still using the absolute basic configs as well, I think. So, but probably, like, we can do both then. Bigger rockets with them more reasonably, but also we can just make a launch vehicle in the same class as the Derpus with just more reliable engines and less failure rate, which would be nice. And we can do our trademark thing of clustering engines, so that if any one engine fails, we're still fine. We have a bit of a reputation for doing that on the Realism Overhaul Discord server. Partially earned thanks to a crude lunar landing mission we did, where we had like several, I don't even know, 3 or more engine failures, but still could pull it off 100%, which was extremely epic. Okay, stop at stage 3. Yes. 45. Okay, so the settings are fine. Then, and the contracts we've accepted. Checking on the launch pad is always like just a bit late to check, but yeah, we did. Actually, what's the deadline? We might have to actually consciously decide to do a lunar impactor here to catch the deadline. That's fine. We'll make it depend on how well the launch goes, how well everything's lined up. Lunar impactor is always much easier to do than a lunar landing. If we get our transfers done well, have high delta V margins, then we'll just go for the landing. And double checking, yes, our stream is still working now. We're actually streaming another lunar landing attempt. Okay, time warp. Nothing new to see here. We've done this probably 6-8 times already or something. I was gonna say it's a solid launch vehicle, even though we just had a major failure earlier. We could actually also just angle these rocket engines to be more through the center of mass of the rocket, so that if anyone fails, it wouldn't completely ruin the launch. Even though like the imbalance in the mass consumption and loss of delta V and everything, a lot would get messed up. But at least for like the launches where this vehicle is way over-engineered, at least in those cases, it could still save something. But yeah, like that's too many ifs. Not really worth putting a lot of time or effort into. That's where having one big center core and just a lot of engines clustered at the bottom is really nice. Because then if you lose an engine, because you have one big tank, just the fuel can be used by all the other engines. You're not losing anything there. And yeah, because they're also closer together and not on separate side boosters, that means you get less torque induced by losing an engine, which means easier to compensate. And just a lot of reasons that it makes it easier to handle engine failures. And there we go, final few seconds of orbit insertion again. Making good use of those multiple ignitions on this engine. Also, let me check. How's our data looking? So we have 1,000 data. That's something. How's our ignition chance? 97.98, so 98% already. It's not 100, but it's pretty good. Okay. Now, the transfer. Whoop. That was a bit too much. Need to be about here. And planning length, and give me one lunar reference frame. Might have to go a bit further out here. 3 days. Where are we? Oh yeah, we are. Okay, so we have a time buffer, which means we have to do this and probably go a bit further out. So basically we have to waste some time now before a lunar encounter, because we were a bit too early. So by flying out a bit further first and then dropping back down a bit. Okay, I think it was too much. It's 9 days. How about this? Actually, hang on. Is it the other way around? Are we... Do we need to go a bit... I think we have a bit of a faster one. Oh well. So the opposite of what we wanted, but should be able to make this work. Let's see how low we can go with our velocity here. Okay, so there we'd get kind of far away, which means correction burn. Well, this might just have to do... We can do a correction burn for that. That's not too bad. Better than going too fast and having a ton of velocity to cancel out. Let's still sanity check ourselves here. If we do a correction burn... Yeah, that's on the order of 100 meters per second. That's not great, but not terrible. A very 3.6 Röntgen correction. Actually, we might be able to get away with less. Yeah. And a bit there. There. Correction burn down to 80 meters per second, and we're getting a nice polar approach. Yeah, so this is what we would be happy with. And velocity 2.8 kilometers per second at that point, which is fine, I think. We should be go for a landing attempt. So the maneuver is in 58 minutes. Let's do the time warp. No connection. Okay. It's fine. Still 5 minutes to the maneuver node. We have time at this point. And this time, we're also aligned well ahead of time. Just trying to cancel out rotation as much as possible before we time warp the rest of the way. And once again, we have another set of ullage motors. So ignition will be no problem. Well, the ullage won't be a problem for the ignition. There's still a chance the ignition can fail. 30 seconds, 20. Let's make sure we're properly aligned. This time, we'll do the things in the correct order. Hit spacebar first for the ullage motors, then throttle up. Even though it looks we have ullage again. 5, 4, 3, 2. Ullage start and engine ignition. We were like half a second late there or something, but that's pretty close. It's good enough. And time warp. So here you can also see we are expending about 3.2 kilometers per second delta V to fly by the moon. For the Venus mission, we had 4 kilometers per second departure delta V. So it's really... I don't understand what's going on with all the numbers going wild here. And the maneuver nodes being there and whatnot. Wait, Principia is at the next maneuver again. I don't know why Principia keeps crapping out. I'm just gonna stop here. We're just gonna have to... That's a thing we're gonna have to deal with. Jesus. Oh my... I don't know what's wrong with Principia. This literally costs us like close to 100 meters per second delta V. The fact that it might be the ullage motors, maybe. Next time we could try disabling them. Or we can actually check if they're the issue if we now disable them. We can't. Okay. Anyway, we have 3.75 kilometers per second, so we're still well in our capabilities. Nicely polar. And just warp for the next maneuver. And why not use the button? Whew. Oh, I also can start up science experiments. Whoop, 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 whoop. $150, so it still doesn't even use up all the delta V from our initially... Well, it's our second stage for a launch vehicle, really. It's doing a lot of good work. Okay. This time we're gonna have to ullage with RCS. Only have 2 sets of ullage solid rocket motors. $500. Yeah, close enough. Using another ignition for this would be a waste. Although, okay, RCS does a lot of work here, so we can use up the one we have in the stage. So we can just time warp while using up the RCS. Yeah, there we go. Another good example for how small changes in velocity can make a huge difference, unlike missions to other bodies. If you spend a lot of time in space, small changes have a big effect over time. Okay. We don't need any more flight planning. We just need to warp and then capture. Let's look at the moon. Shouldn't actually be that hard to miss, but I can't find it. No, I think there it is. You can see like barely here where it's illuminated. Okay, we need to get into here because we have maneuvers to do. Okay. The engine that could... We're gonna try and igniting it a 4th time now. It has 5 total ignitions. We already used up 3 of them for orbit insertion around Earth, translunar injection, and a correction burn. And now we're gonna start orbit capture. We won't be able to complete it by any means, but... Or actually it might get us into an orbit. We are about to find out. Nope. Yeah, we came in a bit fast, so that makes sense. But otherwise, around 200 meters per second is actually about what you need to just get into a highly eccentric orbit at least. So now we can savor the beautiful lunar landscape while we do our capture burn. We're still way early, honestly. But we also have a huge burn time. Well, it's not that huge. Let's wait a bit again. There. Let's continue now. Only maybe in a bit of a different orientation. This time we can also do a couple orbits for science before we go down to land. And at this point just time warp as much as we can, because it's a long burn. And there we go. That's approaching the shape of an orbit. There we go. Earlier you could see a lot of just orbital perturbations happening. Ooh, okay, here. Slow down the time warp a bit. No, we are 76 kilometers right now. Give me this. We're going that. Ah, we don't have manual control. We have no connection. Well, shoot. I wanted to pitch. Well, I guess I won't then. Let's do a couple orbits, making sure we won't crash into the moon too soon. I think we're actually gonna gain altitude over time, or gain periapsis altitude over time. That's good. Do we get into space high? Yes. So we can do a couple orbits here and just collect sweet, sweet science. In fact, let's see how long this orbit is stable. Maybe we can just wait a month or something. 7 days. No, let's plan 100 days. Okay, maybe that's a bit optimistic. Let's plan for 60. Ooh, periapsis 210 plus minus 130. Do I see this orbit is stable for 2 months? That would be fantastic. Lowest altitude 78. Yeah. So this is a kind of long-term stable orbit. Okay, now I want to know. 120 days. That's as long as I'm gonna just sit it there. Yeah, this game can be very pretty. Where's the one? There it is. Also nice rotation we got going there. Wasn't really intended, but it's a good stabilization. $120 days, lowest 80. It's stable for over 120 days. I am amazed. Like, I just remember how hard it can be to have stable orbits around the moon. Okay, so let's put an alarm for 120 days. We don't have any boiler fuels that we would need to worry about, so we can just do science for a couple months and then we can land. Shouldn't we have finished our lunar orbit contract at this point? What are the conditions for that? Apoapsis below 500 kilometers. Okay, we're at 4,000. So we need to be in a low orbit, but we can do that later. Like when we go for landing, we'll do that. Also one thing I need to check. Lunar lander. Okay, so we're building another lunar lander rocket there, and I'm gonna make another one because we're getting very close to the impactor deadline. That's not what I wanted. I wanted you. So 45, 200 days, 350. Okay, so we're gonna get 2 more shots. The next one will aim as an impactor. And then I think the orbit contracts only repeat twice anyway. Impactor 3 times and landing 4 times. So we can just aim for a third landing. As well, and we can just do a couple more of these actually to just get more money. They're kind of fun to do once you just get the hang of it and get them reliable. There we go, we just swung by close to the moon again and now we're heading off again. So at this point, do we have another thing to launch right now? Yes, so we can launch a ComSat, or 2 even, then do the Venus correction burn, and then do the lunar landing. And I think that's the point after which we'll also wrap up the stream, because we've been going for 3-ish hours. Yeah. No, I think was the geostationary one that required 25 units of ComSat payload, so 94 will be enough. So let's roll that one out. 15 days is less than 50. So 160 signs. Yeah, that lunar orbiter is doing a hell of a good job. We can queue up the NKs. Woohoo! Okay, so basically that's pretty much all we ever need in the foreseeable future. Okay, to be fair, this will be the NK9 or NK15 will be unlocked here, and the NK33 config comes later. Like then here. 33, 43. Okay, so with this node, we will be super fine. Hang on, reliability. So, oh geez. The NK33 is actually less reliable than the NK15. Rated burn time, it'll have a noticeably higher burn time. And NK33, 1766 kilonewtons animal thrust. But yeah, the reliability on them isn't great, which I guess is why we enjoy clustering them and planning for engine out capability so much. Because it just actually happens a lot. Now let's queue up here docking and crew transfer node. Definitely want a bit bigger, better docking nodes. Because we'll probably do a lunar orbit rendezvous, lunar landing. Like, basically, if you don't have a dedicated lunar lander that you just detach and land with on the moon while in lunar orbit, if you don't do that, you just have to have a much more massive rocket, which can also be fun. Don't get me wrong. So I guess depending on how we're feeling and how our budget looks like, maybe we'll try for a direct descent. That would be very silly. Okay, so this is the geostationary one that doesn't have very specific requirements. So we can just launch here, and it's geostationary, so definitely, yeah, inclination 0 in that direction. So we can just launch. At least now our space program is starting to take off, pun intended. Like, we're now launching a ComSat while a Venus mission is on the way, and we'll have to do a correction burn soon. And we have a probe orbiting around the moon that's also gonna land soon. Like, yes, things are happening. Invoice is also starting to give out. Okay. 1 ascent guidance, please. Stop at stage 3. 45, yeah, it's fine. We've checked several times, we can just launch this. So, let's launch this. And with a roar, the engines come to life. And time boop. We're already coming further than last time we tried this. Minute and 20 until booster sap. I just weather. That's the one upside. Just weather is always gorgeous here. There used to be a mod for clouds, but it was really buggy. Wonder what became of that. Or I guess it was part of the realism visual enhancements mod. So I guess maybe that just dropped it because it was too buggy or something, because I'm pretty sure we have that installed. Okay, boosters are done. Back to time warp. I've also said this many times, but it feels so good when a launch vehicle you put a ton of thought behind just works as intended. Apart from engine failures, obviously. But yeah. You can tell from how smooth it is that this is just a really solid launch vehicle. It also, like, we checked, and it has like a capability of around, was it 8 or 9 tons to low Earth orbit? Which is pretty decent. Like, you can do a lot of stuff with that. Sea or lunar lander missions, which we already did, or geostationary satellites, like interplanetary missions. Like, it opens up all the possibilities. Ooh, we had a bit of a failure in one of the ullage motors. Interesting. Performance loss. I can never remember which is which, because there's one failure for loss of thrust and one for loss of ISP. I think performance is ISP. For thrust, it says loss of thrust. I think. Now, we didn't actually have to, like... Oh no, actually we did have to cut off the engine there, because we will need a relight here once we cross the equator, because we need to do basically the same thing as with the moon. We need to get a transfer orbit that has its highest point when it crosses the orbital plane, in this case of the equator. And so we're inclined this way, equator, and we need to do a burn on one of the words. What's the word? One of the intersection points, so that we end up on the other end, on the other side at the other intersection point, because of course that's also always 2 intersection points. So, because precision is kind of important here, let's plan it. Let's plan it. Now, what's the delta V? 2.8? No. Yeah, like 2,450? Yeah, something like that. So here we wanna basically get out there with our highest point exactly at the intersection point, which is marked with the green markers. They're like ascending and descending node. And so we want that to line up with our highest point. So we move the time we do the burn so that they line up. I think a bit more delta V. Yeah, that's close enough. And when we're there, we can do another burn to both fix our inclination and get our periapsis higher, our lowest point, to circularize it. So, next step in 5 minutes. Gotta make sure we're aligned. It's actually very nice. It's so quick. Only waiting a few minutes. And yeah, I think Principia gets confused because the solid rocket motors are in that stage and they technically have a bit of fuel left, but also they can't actually use it. But Principia doesn't know, and it's... yeah. That's one of the big downsides of Principia and the planner specifically at this point. It also can't handle staging. It just takes the engine or engines that you have active right now and assumes they'll be available for the whole duration of the burn, which is a bad approximation. And you also can't manually tell it anything else. So that's a bit of a shame. Okay. 16 seconds. Let's remind ourselves. Press spacebar for ullage, then Z to throttle up. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and ullage, and throttle up, and ignition. Successful. Okay. RCS off, and time warp. This time at least it'll be very easy to judge when the burn is done, even if Principia gets confused, because we just need to let it go up until we touch this orbit, geostationary orbit. And yeah, our delta V is way overkill for this. Like, way, 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 way. We just took this... yeah. We didn't have to slap on a final stage then necessarily. But... never hurts to have too much delta V. And that's about that. Thank you. Yeah, so we're a bit off here, as you can tell, probably because of the issues we've been having with the Principia planner, but it's pretty close. So in the next step, actually, yeah, we have to actually bring this one up again. Because for doing like two things in one go, like fixing inclination and raising apoapsis, guessing that or doing that in your head is not that easy. At least, like, you can do it, it's just won't be super efficient. there. Align everything. At this point, we're just like visually matching the lines in 3 dimensions. It's the nice thing about having good planning tools like this. Even something as complex as orbital mechanics can become something visual that, once you grasp some fundamental ideas, are relatively easy to manipulate. Because we're just pushing 4 sliders together with the time, but basically the time of the burn and then the 3 velocities in the 3 spatial directions, basically. Only that they're like specifically that the frame of reference for them is not something you might be used to. So there's prograde and retrograde, so in the direction of your current velocity and in the opposite direction. So if you want to raise your orbit, you want to burn prograde. So that's one of the things we've been inputting here. Here it's called tangent. Then binormal is basically, if this is the orbital plane, then burning in binormal will rotate the orbit. So we use that to adjust our inclination. That's why there's a big chunk here. And normal is then in the orbital plane, but perpendicular to the direction you're traveling, which we used to adjust. Basically, it was offset, if you noticed that earlier. Like, it was a circle with roughly the same size, but it was next to our target orbit. So we used that to fix that. And so there's these, basically, if you just split your problem up into these 3 dimensions, then you can just fiddle with these sliders to make things work, and you don't have to worry too much about the underlying mathematics or anything. It can be pleasantly just, visual working with these things. It takes a bit to get the hang of it, but once you do, then it can be, dare I say, easy and fun. I mean, even that, it's not trivial, especially for more complex things like interplanetary stuff. Takes a bunch of experience to really get right. And here, we're not perfectly there, so we should have done the burn a bit earlier, but we've planned everything out now and stuff. We don't have to be that 100% accurate. You can never be 100% accurate. It's about what's good enough. And I think this is good enough. Minute left here. Whoop. Yeah, we need RCS ullage. Let's remember that. And start early before the actual burn. 30 seconds. Let's start our ullage. There we go. Very stable. And we have 15 seconds. Why is RCS burning like full tilt all the time? That's weird. Ah, damn it. And by getting distracted, lost the ullage. Okay, no, here we go. Everything's fine. And now we can watch our orbit twist how we told it to, or how we are actively telling it to, by burning our engine. It's time warp. Because why not? Principia pieced out again. Okay. Slow down here. And our engine actually ran out of fuel. But that's okay, because we have another one. With 20 minutes burn time. This is much more like... Usually geostationary satellites don't use like the upper stage of a rocket to circularize their orbit. Usually they have onboard thrusters and do this final circularization on their own. And to do that, you don't need a lot of thrust to weight ratio. So this is much more like you'd actually have in a real satellite. Now we've matched things pretty well, I think I can say. Let's see if it's close enough for the contract. Orbit, no. Okay. How's our inclination? Oh yeah, 2.4 degrees. No, that's true. 2.4 degrees is not 0. We are... Yeah, how did that happen? Well, Principia issues. Either way, we need to go down. Give me this. Actually, we need to... Is it... anti-normal? Oh. Yeah. Should have not used that reference frame. So we should be... Yes. So our orbit is now going like upwards in this direction, so we're angling down to cancel that out. And so our inclination is going down 2.3 degrees, 2.2, let's time warp. Now, usually you want to do this exactly at the ascending or descending node, basically at the intersection of the orbit you're in and that you want to be in. If you're off-center, you can never get it perfect. But we were close enough to like fix the majority of it. There, we're now below 1 degree. 0.7, 0.6, 0.5, 0.3, 0.2, and that's about as good as we can get it from here. But there, the contract. Geostationary satellite. It's official. No, we don't have science there except orbital perturbation. Oh yeah, but we can't use it because it requires orbital inclination. We forget about that requirement. That's new with Kerbalism. It's not something we've had to deal with before. Orbit requirements of experiments. But yeah, success. That was the launch that blew up earlier, like just after launch, the engine failure. So good to have that out of the way. Okay, so now we can go to our Venus probe, do that course correction, and then just quickly do a lunar landing. It's nothing. And then we'll definitely wrap up the stream. I guess we're once again trying to wrap up a stream just after we do a lunar landing. Although we are already in lunar orbit now and everything, and there's less that can go wrong than last time. Oh, I forgot something. Okay, make a note for that. Basically, we put the nice dish we put on the satellite was also intended to be used for interplanetary communications, so that we have like a network in case the DSN is not in view. Basically a communication network of satellites, so that satellite can talk to Earth and also have a dish to communicate with a interplanetary probe. We're gonna have to look into generally a ComSat network very soon. Dishes of orbits instead. Okay, so here's our Venus probe. And here's our next correction maneuver in 34 days. Let's time warp before we... let's save before we do the big time warp. And... magnetic scan, sun, very nice. Oh, interesting. Wait, what? So, to go to Venus, we first, like, went a bit higher than Earth, and then we're gonna dip, or we would dip lower than Venus. We'll just encounter it before then. But that's a very interesting transfer there. Oh, all these messages. We need to disable these for next time. Just keep interrupting. Okay, 11 days. And 2 days. Also, how's our science points looking? 120 again. Very nice. Principia. Oh, right. We had 3 days buffer for the alarm. Okay, so 3 more days. Let's just make another alarm directly before it. So we can time warp without worry. It's pretty funny, we're so close to Earth again while we do this, even though we've been on our way for 80 days already. We just came out and back in again. Okay. So now we're minutes out. And we still have, not perfect, but pretty good communications with Earth. Dish power. By the time we arrive at Venus, we'll then also, like, can already kind of guess we'll still be pretty close to Earth. All things considered. Like, if you really want to be thorough, you need to plan for your mission to have communications if both planets are at opposites end in their orbits. But yeah, when you do a transfer, then by the time you arrive, you don't have that maximum possible distance, which makes things easier for us, while we still have to worry very much about our ability to keep connections over long distances. This RCS is kinda oversized for this probe, and by kinda, I mean a lot. Okay. 6 seconds. Let's line up here. 2, 1, go. Okay, 170 meters per second. This will take actually a hot minute or two. Yep. So, time warp. We're basically just in deep space at this point. I was gonna say nothing nearby, but I guess there's a part of the launch vehicle we decoupled earlier. Okay, 30 seconds. We need to... should have done it earlier. Venus, frame of reference. Because we need to make sure this approach is as we've planned it. we're pretty on point so far. And boop. And the rest we'll do with tiny bits of RCS. Okay, you can go. You can go. Thank you. And how big is Venus's atmosphere? Like how high does it go up? 145. Okay. So we can easily drop down to like, say, 300. Well, let's say at 400. We can always raise it again. And going lower will save us fuel, thanks to the Oberth effect. Okay, now I'm not sure. There we go. I just had to rebase to make the maneuver appear again. That's a lot of lines. Here, why don't we take the orbital view? Makes a lot more sense. The wrong way. So basically I'm just adjusting the time of the burn so we get the most out of it. I mean, it's extremely elliptical. Let's add 50 more meters per second delta V. Yeah, makes a big difference. That's good enough. So let's make another alarm for this one. So this one will be like actual Venus capture. Let's make it 1 hour. $80 days. In the meantime, I guess we'll land on the moon. I'll jump to ship. At least we're doing things today. Hello. You've been a very good probe and you ran out of power. Okay. Probably too much science to transmit. Just busy. Hang on. Why is there no... Maybe the button is only there if you have data. Power, yeah. Oh yeah, you have 500 kilobit. Or a kilobyte. Guess the solar panel's degraded. Yep. 20% wear. Plus a ton of data. Okay, so we're just gonna have to wait for maybe the craft to rotate so that it gets a bit more power, and also we have connection, so when we have a bit of power... Can I just make it stop transmitting? Not there. I'm not sure. Oh, okay, we have a little bit of power now. Nope, can't disable transmit there. And we ran out of power. So I'm just trying to get one of those brief windows when the orientation happens to be aligned in such a way that we get a tiny bit of power to then press those buttons to not transmit, because this is a thing that should be way easier, but here we are. Oof. Okay. Why are we still not amassing power? Without transmitting science, we shouldn't be using a lot of power, but we're using 90 watts. 90 is a lot. A lot. The probe core should only use a few watts. Maybe it's all the experiments. So the ones that are still running. No electricity. How much you need? $120 per minute. So that's 2 watts. I think we have some spectrometer. That sounds power hungry. 16 watts. That's definitely a lot. And since we're gonna cut you short, like, it's a long experiment anyway. Can I stop you from running? There we go. Honestly, we can just shut down everything because we've been in orbit for a while. This is kind of silly. Waiting for the drops of power. Okay. Stop all the things. Yeah, you could also really use a lot more orbit time. I guess power is the big bottleneck for the science these probes can do. Huh. Didn't properly plan that. Or just... If I could take the moment here to angle us more into the sun, that'll help a lot. Oop. And we ran out of power. Has no operational SAS modules on board? Does the probe core not have SAS? What? I am still so confused. What's drawing so much power? I've been going through all these experiments. I don't even know if anything else... Okay, there's another mass spectrometer. Like, these solar panels should still produce 140 watts. And we shouldn't have any power-hungry consumers at this point. So I'm very confused what's going on here. Even the antenna, like, even if it was going full blast, would consume 40 watts, which is still not much compared to the 140 these solar panels get us. This is very weird. Oh, hang on. Does the probe core have an integrated antenna? Yeah, but it's only a few watts. Oh wait, the avionics are 80. Okay. Okay. So we'll just wait now to collect more charge up our batteries. Oh, and we have 60 more days anyway. So I shouldn't have disabled all the experiments, because we should have done this closer to when we were gonna land. It's fine. We'll put up another lunar orbiter and we'll give it bigger solar panels. Let's just time warp. At least our batteries are full now. I feel bad that I just disabled all the experiments now. Can at least run a bunch of the smaller ones. And those that are done already. Oh yeah, and we can transmit at least. Boop. Plus, we fixed our orientation so the solar panels actually get a bit more light. So that also gives us more power, which is more reason to enable even more science experiments again. Oh well. We're a bit messy now, but that's nothing too unusual towards the end of a stream. So we're still losing power over the timescale of days now. Okay, well, I'm only gonna start fixing things. There we go. Because once experiments are completed, they also won't use any more power. So that's why we can still let a bunch of these run. Imaging spectrometer. We might have forgotten that one when we tried turning everything off. And where's the orbital perturbations? There we go. And power is still fine. Whew. There we go, collecting science. Ah, vessel complete. Another lunar lander, while this one is even still going. Okay. So our plant time is nearing. Our batteries are full. Still have some experiments going. Okay. Let's land this thing. We've spent enough time here. Okay, so first, where's the Earth? Earth is there. Okay, that's bad. We'll have to wait another couple days or so. So that the moon will be in the moon will go around the Earth so that there's a part of the moon that's illuminated by the sun while also being in line of sight with Earth. Yeah, we need both of those things. Oh, right, but our orbit is... Okay, so we're gonna rotate our orbit around, which is fine. Or actually, I mean, we don't have to. We could do what we did in our simulation, basically. So we could land down here at the pole. There's a bit of light coming from one direction, and it's line of sight with Earth. I'm going to rotate it a little bit, the orbit. I'm to do that up here, highest point. Rotate, so I want the normal, the binormal vector. Now, which direction are we in? This one is away from the sun, but I want towards the sun, I think. Yeah, that's the other way. So I'm gonna rotate it around. Well, you'll see. Basically, the side that's on the right gets a little bit pushed closer to where the camera is right now. So that when we end up landing there, we'll just be a bit here closer to the side where there's light, and also closer to Earth. Basically, at this point, ideally we would want to land here complete face on where we're looking at the moon now. That would be ideal. A lot of sunlight and Earth connection. Okay, so how much delta V we want to spend on this one? We have 2.7. 1.8. Yeah, we have 900 meters per second buffer. So we can easily spend 100. And also, why don't I... Wait, again, we don't have the SAS here. I guess these probe cores don't have it. Oh, yikes. At the same time, while we're doing this, we can lower the orbit a bit. It's getting better. Man, if I had known that these probe cores, like, I just chose them for aesthetic reasons. If I had known that their functionality is worse. Yeah. Okay, I think we spent enough delta V on this. This'll just have to do. So next we'll bring our closest point closer to the moon's surface. Because basically we want to be in as low of an orbit as possible. Like, very low and circular is what we want before we start our landing. So we're gonna down here. Okay, that's a bit too much. Let's stick with 38. 38's fine. Oh man, and we just have to do this manually. Hang on. But this is not a different probe. We've literally flown this before on our previous landing attempt. So by all means, this should have SAS. Okay, now I'm very confuzzled. I have no idea why this isn't working. The SAS. Oh well, we'll just have to make do. So this will be a lunar landing, but extra difficult. Because lunar landing isn't difficult enough as it is. Give me less steps. I just want the next periapsis time. Jesus. 1 minute. Yeah, we should burn. And now it's time to use smartass. Actually, is it the window? No. Can't believe that. So first circularize, and then we might do another orbit around just to give us a bit of extra time. Yeah. Also because where we want to land not here directly at the pole. We want to land more. We want to land more like somewhere like here or something. Yeah, this is still... Actually, we... Oh yeah, but the light. Yeah, the orbit wasn't super great, or we should have waited a bit longer or something. But we can do this. So now... we wait for here. And... oh boy. This will actually be... I'm not 100% sure we can get a connection, but we're pretty much committed at this point. Okay, we can get a connection here. Even though we can't physically see the Earth. Oh no, we don't have a connection. Never mind. But yeah, basically somewhere like here will be the best for our connection. So let's get retrograde and let's get braking. Our margins are also relatively low. Yeah, that'll be very close. We could have just made this an impactor when we realized this would be close. But impactor has to have a certain minimum speed. I mean, if we turn around and went... yeah. If we had noticed this earlier, then we could have made it an impactor. And we need to switch over. There we go. And land altitude, 20 kilometers. Now comes the part again where we... oh, I guess that was all in the black period. Basically, the main thing you want to control is basically your descent speed. Like we have... oh, lunar orbit contract, good. So what you need to do is cancel out your orbital velocity, which is mainly sideways velocity. But you want to make sure you do that basically without crashing into the moon. And a relatively easy way of achieving that is if you just watch your vertical speed and, for example, keep it constant. So right now we're at minus 75 meters per second vertical speed. At this point we're 20 kilometers up, so if you round it to like 100 meters per second, so we're like 3 minutes away from impacting the moon at our current speed. But also we're gaining vertical speed. So I'm just gonna pitch up now, so we get more acceleration upwards, to keep our vertical speed somewhat constant, or at least keep it from like growing too much. Because if we can control our vertical speed, we basically have control over not impacting. Because then if it's like we get close to the moon, or we get like... basically also wanna... words. So, right now we're still at 15 kilometers altitude, so obviously we still need to descend. But also if we just went only burning straight retrograde, we would gain a lot of vertical speed, like several hundred meters per second or something. And that's gonna be hard to then zero out before you impact the moon. So, yeah, you wanna keep your vertical velocity under control. And right now, we're 100 seconds out from impacting because we're over 100 meters per second vertical speed and 10 kilometers above terrain. So I'm gonna pitch up more to reduce that. And of course the main issue, yeah, I don't think we're gonna have a connection. This is gonna suck so much. Although if we in a later, oh, terrain ahead. The next time we send a probe, even if it's just an impactor, they can act as relays. 200. Okay, this is gonna be close. So we could use another satellite, just dropping by, transmitting the signs back to still finish the landing contract. And we're already planning to send more anyway. Oh man, I'm so torn between not wanting to be too inefficient here with the burn, but also wanting to be sure I don't crash into the moon. Because I think it's not that dangerous. It's so hard to judge. Oh yeah, our Delta V budget is getting very tight. Literally can't afford pitching over too much anymore. Either we can do this like this. Oh man, are we just gonna try and land here before the ridge? Oh jeez. No, not that one. Ah, jeez. Do we have to go up the ridge? Oh man. So Delta V. 470, 150. We have a 150 meters per second over our velocity. That's not much. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I might not be able to talk very much for the rest of the landing because this is a very close one. Landing gear out. 200. No, we can do this. We can do this. Oh no, the slope. I don't like the slope. Divert. Divert. Okay. We got this. We got this. We got this. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay. Retrograde. Oh boy. I don't think the SAS is working very well. Manually. 26 meters per second left. Running on fumes. That was an adventure landing. Holy shit. I'm sweating. 13 meters per second left of delta V, 2.8 seconds burn time. When you have to count the 0.seconds in your fuel remaining, you know it was close. Holy shit. My pulse is honestly went up so hard. Yeah, I just need to take a minute to take a deep breath. Like, body is tingling from hyperventilating. Also, we have a connection. Woohoo! Oh man. Okay, yeah, I didn't. Should I try? Oh god. So, we're at a bad angle for the solar panels. Should I try lifting off and rotating? Like, we have 2.8 seconds of fuel. I'm gonna save. I'm gonna... Yeah, this is the direction we need to rotate in. Why are we not lifting off? I don't Wait. Why is it not working? Feed pressure okay, but it didn't work. Well, I mean, that was... That's the reason why I saved. That was a bad idea to begin with. Fuck yes. Well, I'm glad this landing is on stream at least. It's not the most beautiful landing, but my god, was it an exciting one. The whole, with the ridge ending up actually going up it instead of landing before it. That was fun. Okay, science. Okay, soil sample is already running. I guess we just need to wait for a bit for a science pack to get transmitted to get the contract. Active, lunar landing. Yeah, just to transmit stuff. Let's time warp a bit. There we go. Now, how is our power? Steadily going down, not surprisingly. Oh, but the sun is coming around. Okay, but even then it's not enough. Yeah. The probe has more chance to do science. It can just stay there forever. Oh, I mean, we have the Venus capture burn up. I think we still gotta do this. I don't wanna leave this for next time. Then we'll end it with a lunar landing, a Venus orbit insertion. I mean, what better way? I'm still confused why the probe earlier didn't lift off. Like, clearly the engine has thrust-to-weight ratio of greater than 1. There wasn't any engine failure. So... Oh! Oh my god. Residual fuels. Do you also... Predicted residuals. We did not have 2.8 seconds remaining of fuel. We literally burned up everything. And at that exact moment we touched down. Like, it was that close. Holy shit. That's even better. I can't believe, like, that's when things are that close, like literally to the second. Not that, like, if it had cut out 1 second earlier, we would still have been fine, probably. But 10 seconds earlier? That would have been bad. Also, so far, we have a really good connection. Oh yeah, it's also Venus, so we weren't worried about that. We have 380 science. And this is why we rushed those tech nodes to allow having small probes. Because having that gives you so much more science down the road, and here we can finally see Venus for real, not like in orbit view and planning or anything. This is Venus, another planet. Just landed on the moon, now we're at another planet. We are going places. Yeah, so you're off quite a bit. Let's get our Principia planning up, and it's 1 hour. So we have 1 time warped hour to savior the view. I don't know what it is about Venus, but I don't know, I kind of just adore the look of it. To be fair, is there any planet that I don't adore looking at, especially when playing Kerbal Space Program and putting the effort into visiting them? Of course not. Every planet is beautiful. Everybody is beautiful. And we're even transmitting science now. We should actually then probably have the contract. Yep, Venus flyby, 500,000 funds. Ka-ching! Okay, 5 minutes. Still have a bit time left, but soon we'll have to orient. Pressure scan, Venus, slow space. Yes, science. Also the Terminator. I love how that looks. The washed out look, it's very nice. Okay. Orient. Bit faster. "30 seconds. There, this probe has SAS, and it's using the same probe core. Procedural one. So I don't know what's up with that. Okay. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. And we're gonna need a lot of time up here. Like, we're talking 10 minutes burn or something. 13 minutes, the first one, and then we'll still do a second one. More time to enjoy the view. Switch our science count of 425. My god. We can just research so much stuff now. And that's not even like... Once this thing is in orbit and does a couple orbits, we'll get so much more. Like, generally the harder something is to get to, the more science you get out of it as well. So compared to the moon, this will give even more science. Probably. I haven't checked the numbers. But going to another planet is obviously just a lot more difficult, and thus is rewarded more when you can manage it. So yeah, we'll be swimming in science. And meanwhile, uncrewed lunar landing, probe orbiting another planet. Our crew program hasn't gone beyond just, oh yeah, we've launched into low Earth orbit. Did we even have... I'm not even sure if we had more than one crewed launch into orbit at this point. It's just very, very bare bones. What would we just do for like our... We might have had 2 crew launches. Oh no, I think we had a couple suborbital ones. Orbital? I'm not sure we had more than one. It would be pretty funny if our second launch beyond suborbital with crew was a lunar landing. That would be funny. Yeah, we're gaining altitude again beyond the periapsis. Should have probably put a bigger engine on there. Or are there even bigger ones? This one is already 1.78 kilonewtons. One of the bigger ones of the small engines. Yeah, we could just cluster them too. Let's look at some science experiments. 24 hours, 6 science. Biome specific. Those are the best ones. 660 science points for the orbital perturbation. Obviously 10 years runtime, so... But like... That's wild. Cosmic ray, 33 science. Gonna get that in a couple months. Imaging... Meteorite. 90 days, 23 science. How about the magnetometer? Not the early one. Helium magnetometer. 40 science. Ooh. Geiger counter. 100 science. Excellent. Oh, temperature scan is stopped. Why was the temperature scan stopped? Oh, I guess, was this the probe where we just manually activated everything? So we probably missed that. Good thing I checked now. I generally wouldn't have done that if not for just having to kill time now for the burn. But our orbit is, well, our trajectory is starting to become an orbit. Very close now. Very close. And there we are. We are in a Venus orbit, my friends. Okay. Yeah, for further orbit lowering, gonna swing around once because we've been too far away from the periapsis. It got pretty inefficient. And it's like more days are passing in the meantime. Days that we can do sweet, sweet science. Oops, okay, well. We want to spend a lot of time here anyway. So let's swing around again. And this time, reduce time warp in time. It can catch you by surprise because Venus is basically roughly the mass of the Earth, i.e. pretty heavy of the bodies you generally tend to visit, much heavier than the Moon, or also Mercury, Mars, or any of the Jovian moons or something. Venus is, yeah. 8 minutes from periapsis. Let's wait until like 2 or something. $1:30. Did say or something. Right, connection lost. I guess Earth is behind Venus now. let's continue our capture burn. Okay, let's see what long-term stability analysis says. Basically, we want to be in a very long-term stable orbit, ideally years. Because we're at Venus, so closer to the Sun than at Earth distance, we're also just getting more power from our solar panels, meaning it'll increase the lifetime of the mission from the power perspective, at least. Okay, so this one looks pretty fine. 1800 plus minus 1000 kilometers. Wow, that's a lot of variance. What if we put a 0 there? So this will take a hot minute to calculate. I'm gonna checking now for like 4 years how stable that orbit is. Generally, orbit like this one I would expect to be kinda unstable. Like it's, if you get very far away from the body, then orbital perturbations like from other bodies in the solar system can have a pretty high impact on your trajectory, and then, for example, change the periapsis noticeably and might make you crash into the planet. So let's see what the analysis says. Fine. Oh, look at that. Mean periapsis altitude, 14,000 kilometers. Right now we're at 780 kilometers. So just like doing nothing, just orbital perturbations will raise that from 850 to 14,000. Or like that's the mean. So it'll go way higher than that as well. But yeah, our main worry is our lowest altitude, 770. So we won't crash into the planet. Let's do one more super long-term analysis. And then we'll just call it good and we can leave the probe here. I'm gonna make one alarm for like either for when the game tells me that orbit will crash or just in a couple of years. Yeah, this might literally take a minute or something. But yeah, let's create an alarm for like 5 years then. Check up on it in 5 years. I mean, that's right now we're analyzing for 15 years. Let's put in 10. And science, I mean the science will be just glorious. Let's watch our science counter go up while we time warp a little. Oop. Batteries are getting low. Is that this probe? Oh yeah, it's this one. Sun. Okay. Let's orient you better into the sun then. Stay here. Actually, you're 89%. That's pretty good. Let's kill that. And this button. And then maybe give it a little spin like that. Yeah, now power is fine. No. 670 science. 700. And the analysis is almost done. For 5,200 days. Give me lowest altitude 788. We are long-term stable, my friends. Over 15 years. Can we move this one and do one for 15? Very nice. So yeah, science, 800. The final thing we'll do is splurge on new technologies. And then we'll call it a day. But for real. Oh wow, 5-hour stream today. Okay. We wanted to avoid long streams like that. But I guess it wasn't too bad today. So much waiting for... Actually, I hope there won't be any missions like running out any minute now. With an impact at 170, so we definitely have to fly that soon. But that's the only contract. Venus orbit. Way ahead of you, buddy. Way ahead of you. Atmospheric probe. We could genuinely... Oh wait, 110. No, we cannot get that deep with our probe without it blowing up. Don't get distracted. We can look at what we'll do next. Next time, 40 upgrade points. Let's buy a whole bunch of that, and a whole bunch of that, and a bunch of that, and some more of that, and then, excuse me, and then we also have 1.4 million funds, which we honestly, let's just get another science points here, because we will be doing so much science, so much of it. So 800. The first thing will be here, NK configs. We want to get here. Boom. NK engines queued up. Avionics and probes. And power here. Give me better solar panels. Give me... Okay, we should probably make sure to get capsules going. Mature capsules, Apollo service module, and more space station prototypes. Also interesting. Honestly, what do we need at this point? Prototype nuclear. Sounds good. Life support we probably want just in case. We're not 100% sure yet if we're going to need it with Kerbalism, but point is, we should make sure we have it if we need it. Science. Okay. Plasma wave detector. It doesn't actually say how much science points it gives you. But it's a 7-day experiment, space low, space high, and landed. Quadrupole mass spectrometer. Landed biomes. Biome specific landed. Wow. That's gonna be an interesting one also for like uncrewed. Okay, next time we're gonna launch as an impactor, but after that we should have this experiment for any future landings, crewed or uncrewed. Okay. Let's look at our tech queue here. Oh yeah. So while we were actually really slow in terms of our progression so far, in some regard, we've caught up now with all the science we've made or gathered. But yeah, this is going to take a few years to work off, which is fine. Years in which we can do the other things like crude rendezvous, docking stuff. Like, we have to work up a bit. Oh yeah, we do have to work up with the contracts to the lunar landing. We can't just rush that one. And there's other stuff with more satellites, ComSat network and stuff we can do in the meantime. So yeah, we're definitely gonna wrap it up for today here. Despite all the issues we've had, both technical and then in the game with things going wrong, we still got a bunch done today. A lot of science. First lunar landing, second lunar landing, Venus orbit. That's a lot of big milestones we hit. Very happy with that. So yeah, thanks for joining us and hope to see you again. Bye.